Good evening, everyone. I hereby call the meeting to order, and it is 5:31 p.m. Next item on the agenda is roll call. If you're here, I ask that you go ahead and state that you're here. Starting from my right.
Jessica Ochoa, present.
Carlos Margo, present.
Alisa Peña, present.
Celso Gomez Jr. present.
Valeria Vega, present.
Rosalba Hernandez, present.
Great. Let the record state that Dr. Rosalba Hernandez is joining us by Zoom. Thank you for joining us. We do have quorum. Next item on the agenda is our Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able to do so, I ask that you stand and please face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the agenda is our public comment. Each speaker will have, again, reminded 3 minutes to speak. If you have signed up for public comment, we ask that once you get to the podium that you state your name. Has anyone signed up for a public comment, Ms. Peña? Okay, seeing that we have no one that has signed up for public comment, we'll go ahead and move on to the next agenda item. This agenda item is our public hearing portion of our meeting. Public item number 5. We will, at this time, start our open public hearing. Time is 5:32 p.m. The public comment period is to discuss the 2026-2027 budget and 2026 proposed tax rate. This will be done by Ms. Crespo. Ms. Crespo, stage is yours.
Thank you, President, Board, Dr. Sorensen, community. Tonight, I'm coming to present to you the budget for 26-27 school year as required by law and the Texas Education Code. So we, as always, going through all vision, mission, or goals on the North Star, remembering and showing the community our commitment and our unwavering decision of aligning everything that we do in the district around our mission and our vision. Of course, our budget is created to support our strategic priorities, achieving excellence together for 2030, and centering all around excellence in leadership, empowering graduates, thriving students, community trust, unity partnership, and operational excellence and financial sustainability. So what is the district legal requirements for budget development and approval? First of all, for district starting in July 1st, like La Joya ISD, the budget must be prepared and approved before June 30th. The budget must include estimated revenue and proposed expenditures following the year for the general fund, debt service fund, and the child nutrition service fund. A public notice of this public meeting to discuss and adopt the budget was published more than 10 days ahead of this meeting, inviting the community to have a comment and come to here today to see the presentation. The budget also shall be adopted before the adoption of the formal tax rate, and the budget can be amended by the board action as necessary after the adoption. To start tonight, I want the community, the board, and my colleagues to remember a little bit what are our budget realities. Nationwide, public education faces significant challenges. First of all, declining enrollment. With a lower birth rate and an increase in alternative education settings, we have a constant competition of where our students can go, and less students nationwide. Second, workforce shortages and compensation pressures. The low capacity that we have right now to be able to hire special education teachers and other specialists is not used for La Joya or used for Texas. It's across the nation where we are having difficulties to find teachers and specialists dedicated to a specific classes or areas. Raising insurance and operational costs with increased expenses associated with maintaining facilities and insurance coverage, we have to be conscious that every year that those expenses are higher and we have to cover them. Next, the one I say is hitting everybody in here and in our community, inflationary pressures. This is the one that we know and we see every weekend when we go to the supermarket. Raising costs for purchasing food, materials, services, fuel. And finally, a reduced state and federal funding. There is decrease in allocation formulas and entitlement funding across the nation. So what is the landscape and how it affects us? I'm going to start with the declining enrollment. We have been discussing this for the last year. We know LJISD has lost almost 10,000 students the last 10 years, and that keeps showing up in our projections. Then the declining revenue, we have less enrollment, we have less revenue. Then the workforce market pressures, as I indicated nationwide, we have to get our teachers or high quality teachers and principals and specialists in our schools to support our students. And the rising operational costs create a challenge constantly to be able to provide all the services that we need to provide to our schools. And the last challenge is our academic excellence. This is a positive challenge. This is what pushes us to do better for our students, because that is the goal, have academic excellence. So this is, remember, this is a table similar to what I presented in the workshop, how it shows our declining revenue. In this table, I'm showing only local funds, 152 to 199. Those are the codes that indicate what funding are we allocating. And the food service fund, that is the fund that we use for food for our students. And as you see here, the local budget, because of taxes, have increased a little bit, but the state funding has reduced, and the federal funding allocated for food services also have declined, which put us in a total revenue already reducing $10 million for next year. How we are responding to these challenges and the clear reduction on revenue that we are confronting for 26-27. So first of all, we have a clear understanding that we need to have guardrails on our budgets and specific objectives. It worked for us last year, and we decided to follow the same principle this year. So always first, students. That's our first guardrail. If it's non-student-centered, we cannot make a decision. Second, manage instruction. It is working, and you will see that. The commitment to improve instructional interventions and provide our students all the opportunities to succeed. A strategic alignment, when we have any proposal in the table for the budget, we were ensuring that there was alignment with budget board goals, goal progress measures, strategic plan priorities, and our North Star goal. Also, community trust, strengthening transparency to build confidence in our decisions. We took these discussions to different advisories, including our students, to gather input and give us feedback to what we were seeking and what were the biggest needs in our community. And finally, financial stability. We have to protect the long-term financial stability of the district, maintaining a balanced budget and a healthy fund balance. So we committed to our 4 budget priorities. First of all, academic improvement strategies, aligning this with our budget priorities. And then our strategic compensation improvements, ensuring equity and competitiveness, because we have to address that constraint. Access to student support and after-school activities, expanding opportunities that directly support student well-being, engagement, and achievement. And finally, of course, operational innovation, investment, and sustainability. The more efficient we have our processes, the better we are being ensuring that a long-term sustainability. We have to reconfigure our resources to accelerate turnaround and innovation. How we responded? For the 26-27 budget required balancing immediate operational realities with long-term strategic investments. So we have school actions that require us to decide where we were gonna sacrifice to be sure that we have the resources to keep investing, what staffing realignment we needed to do, what compensations improvement were necessary, strategic reinvestments and operational efficiencies analysis to be sure that we were answering our needs. Let's remember, this budget was developed without excess resources. We were addressing declining enrollment, a $10.7 million in revenue reduction, and absorbing $6 million from Head Start services. We had to emphasize strategic operational and school actions, efficiencies, to create capacity to reinvest in students, employees, and long-term sustainability. So what these actions and these decisions made possible for the community and our district? First of all, invest in academics, curriculum instruction, and teacher training. Second, invest in students, mental health, athletics, fine arts, student support. For investing in academics, $25.5 million. For investing in students, mental health, athletics, and well-being, $30.8 million. As you see, we are centering our decisions in student improvement and excellence. Third, investing in our employees with a 3% raise and a $58,300 starting salary compensation for a total, and so also compensations improvement across the board. That would give us a $5.6 million investment. Finally, getting an investment in stability with a balanced budget, a healthy fund balance, and no tax increase for our community. These strategic actions allow us to reinvest those resources where they matter most. Repeating this, what I keep saying, is students, employee, and long-term sustainability, even when we started with a deficit. So this proposed budget reflects strategic reallocations, workforce investment, and long-term financial stewardship. In a big picture vision here, revenue reduction of $10.7 million, operational efficiencies and school actions help us with $16.2 million. Compensation investments was 5.5, strategic reinvestment priorities 95.6, and a Head Start absorption of $6 million. At the end, and I will show you in the formal presentation, our budget have a fund position of balance. So these I'm going to present next are the budgets to be adopted. First is my budget summary for the appropriations by function from Fund 152 to 199. This is what we call the local budget. As you see here, the local budget revenue comes from local, state, and federal, as I said before, for a $258,943,836. That is an estimated revenue for 26-27. And as you see, after all the estimated expenditures that we, by line item, that we are obligated to present to the community and to the board, we are balancing. At the end of this table, all our fund balance, our total fund balance, restricted and unrestricted, audited being amount starting is $140 million. Then, as you see here, we are showing you that the majority of the funding is allocated around instruction and student support. You have 53% in instruction, student transportation, general administration, facilities and maintenance, and capital outlay. The majority of the money that goes to for the schools, that will be transportation, instruction, and school leadership, it goes is allocated around our students. Almost 78% of these expenses are invested in employee salaries and benefits. This is something I want the community to remember. When we are doing our budget, we have to be clear that 78% of our budget goes to salaries. Therefore, the only 22 is available to distribute to all the other needs that the district has. The next budget that I want you to review for approval is the budget for child nutrition services. That's what we call the Fund 101. This fund comes directly from the Department of Agriculture and is to support the food service operations in the district. We cannot use this fund for anything else except to support the food service operations. It can be used to improve our kitchens. It can be used for food acquisition, for the salary of our employees, but it cannot be used for anything else. As you see here, we have a deficit in fund balance based on the reduction of revenue that we got this year, but because we have been very efficient on this fund, we still have fund balance to cover that. The next fund that I want to show you is debt service. This is an established fund required by law to support repayment of board-approved investments. This is all bonds that La Jolla ISD has and has to pay with the investments that has been done in facility safety and infrastructure. These resources cannot be used for daily operating expenses or salary. It's only to cover the annual required scheduled payments for the district to eliminate that debt. I want to emphasize next in what we are doing to invest in our people. Because 78% of the budget is payroll, I wanted to discuss a little bit how being our employees the most important investment, how we are addressing the needs of those that support our students. First of all, a 3% general pay increase for all employees. These are going to support student employee retention, workforce stability across all employees groups. That is around approximately $5.3 million. Then hiring placement schedules. This is to support competitiveness in the region, and we have established a starting salary of $58,300. Then compensation manual improvement, aligning of calendars, aligning job responsibilities, and compensation practice across the board help us to address some of the inequities that we have found. And this is an investment of $83,000. Finally, equity adjustments, addressing compensation and compression concerns and structural inconsistency, mostly for our auxiliary employees, to be sure that we have them on the number of days that we need them, that they have a space and time for professional development, that they have supervisory access when they are doing our buildings and our buses, and other areas that we wanted to be sure we were covering for them. That is $177,714. So here's a review of our 3%. I had to put it again in the table because we are very happy of being able to provide to our employees 3% on general pay increase. This is, of course, to be sure that we maintain our competitiveness in the region, and the total, all of our employees will receive that. For teachers, librarians, and nurses, we are doing this 3% on base salary, on their salary, actual salary for 25-26, and all other employees will be by midpoint for the 25-26 salary. To be clear, we are releasing information tomorrow with what is the way to look at your salary and how that 3% will affect your income. The next required presentation for me to you tonight is the proposed tax rate. I want to be sure that I start this with there is no increase in the district tax rate. As you can see in the table, my maintenance operations, my INS, my total rate has no change. But I want to remind the community, any change in individual tax bills is driven by the property values, and the property values are established by the appraisal district, not by an increase on the district tax rate. So we will have a final tax rate after certified property values come at the end of July, beginning of August, and we will present that to the community with a final tax rate in September. However, there is a need for me to present a couple more tables. The first one is this taxpayer impact statement. Here we are presenting an estimated property tax impact, where we show that the tax rate remains unchanged, that we have property values different in here, increase between 25-26 and 26-27. The median value homestay have increased. However, remember that for 26-27, we have $140,000 homestay prevention that it was exemption that was not active last year. Again, at the time of this taxpayer impact statement was prepared, the district median residential property value was estimated on the 2026 preliminary values. Until we get the final values, the certified taxable values that we receive in July, then we will know exactly what is the median and what is the tax rate. Important, if you community wants to see how this proposed tax rate work and how to calculate it. Here in this table, I am showing what happened in your individual tax rate with a $140,000 homestay exemption. It's important because in the required law table that I presented before, I am not showing the homestay exemption. So I want you to see if you have the highest homestay value average for the area, for the attendance zone of La Jolla, that is $101,000 house value. The owner of this house will not pay taxes because the tax exemption will exempt them to pay taxes. I have other examples in here, but also for the community, I have a calculation done in the example for a homeowner with $230,000 residency with an approximate cost of $90,000 of taxable value after the 140 homestay exception, which will be a $900 tax bill, which is less than last year because of the exemption. So if you are interested, if you follow this formula, you can see an estimation of your taxes at home. So right now, I'm presenting to you the recommendation from the superintendent and the administration for the budget approval for 26-27. We are requesting the approval of the general fund budget as presented, balanced, the child nutrition budget, the debt service budget, a compensation plan with a 3% general pay raise, and a starting teacher salary of $58,300, and a proposed tax rate with no tax increase. Next steps for us is approving this budget today, if you choose to. Monitor our numbers for the end of the year for attendance and enrollment. We will await for certified property values in July to be able to estimate the total tax rate based on those values and republish that notice with final taxes in September. And we will meet then in September to adopt the final 26-27 tax rate. So with that, anything else, we are open for questions.
Thank you, Marjette. Before I turn it over to Dr. Sorensen, any members of the board have any questions? Marjette? I may make a comment though. Marjette, I know you've put a lot of work into this, and I appreciate the recommendations and you not only informing those that are in attendance, but those that are watching us, that this does not affect their tax rate. So thank you for that. And it's always good to hear that we have a fund balance and that we have a balanced budget. So I want to thank you. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Sorensen and the hard work that your team has displayed. So thank you for that. Members of the board, any questions before I turn it over to Dr. Sorensen? Dr. Sorensen?
Thank you, Board President. As the superintendent, I firmly believe that budgets are a representation of value statements. And so I proudly recommend this budget to you as an example of our value statement. What we believe, who we value, and what we hold up, lift up, and put funds behind is exactly what the community asked us to do as we went out for a strategic plan. There's nothing in this budget that isn't tightly aligned to our strategic plan. And at the center of our strategic plan is our students. And so I am proud of this budget. I'm humbly requesting that the board approve this budget. It is an investment in our employees because we know that without them, we could not make it happen, whether it is an incredible teacher in the classroom, whether it is a principal making it happen holistically on a campus, whether it is bus drivers saying good morning to young people in the morning, or one of our wonderful cafeteria support personnel feeding a meal to our young people. And I could go on. And so this is an investment in our employees with our students at the very center of this. And so board, I humbly request that you pass this budget recommended as is. I'm happy to answer questions as always, but knowing again that my entire team feels very strongly that budgets are truly a value statement.
Members of the board, any response? Dr. Margot?
Thank you. I do want to say that we are very pleased that it's balanced, that we have a healthy fund balance, and we're giving the raises that you're investing in our human capital. But it's very pleasing to hear that, Dr. Sorensen. I know it's taken a lot of work last couple of years. This is the result of everybody's collective diligence to this. So it does make me very happy to hear this as we consider approving this budget going forward. Thank you.
Any other members? Dr. Sorensen, I do appreciate the fact that you did state there that we invest in our people. I love that. I wrote that down. I love that. That's a good quote. I also like the, Merced, before you leave, I appreciate the, last night I had the opportunity to visit with some other school districts, and I guess word got out about this, and so they were thrilled, and they wanted me to convey to you that we're very proud of the work that the folks that you and your team, and I see members of your team here with you, and it took a long time, and it's taken a lot of time, so I appreciate it. And I also appreciate that we're not just focusing, like Dr. Sorensen mentioned, it's not just teachers, but it's everyone, from our bus drivers to our folks that work in the cafeterias, those people that are our front line. So thank you for that. Appreciate that everyone was included in this race and in this endeavor, in this initiative too. Thank you. Any other members of the board?
Ms. Crespo, I
Yes.
just want to say thank you for making this presentation seem so seamless, and like if it was as easy as 1, 2, 3, very easy, very legible, very easy to read for us, to the public. So thank you for putting that together for us, and thank you for your work.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing that we don't have any other members from the board that have any questions for Ms. Crespo, our next item on the agenda is 5.2. This is our public input regarding the 2026-2027 budget and 2026 proposed tax rate. Do we have anyone who has signed up for that public comment?
We do have one public comment. Can Ms. Brenda Lee Salinas and Cristina Esparza come down, please? Thank you.
Will they be doing it jointly?
I believe so, yes.
No? Okay, so Ms. Salinas will go first? Okay, so Ms. Salinas, you'll go first. For the record, you will state your name, and again, you do have 3 minutes.
It's just going to be, and I kind of asked for additional time.
That's
Mr. President.
fine.
Thank you. Really
Approved.
appreciate it. Good evening, Board President Alvarez, board members, Dr. Sorensen, cabinet members, employees, and community members. My name is Brenda Lee Salinas, and I am proud to serve as president of La Jolla AFT Local 4632. And tonight, I would like to recognize and thank Dr. Sorensen and her cabinet team, especially Chief Financial Officer Mrs. Crespo and her staff, for the countless hours invested in developing to propose the 2026-2027 budget. Now, when this budget was first presented on May the 20th, Board President Alvarez commented that he saw me smiling during the presentation, and that was a reason for that. Last year, district employees received a 4% raise after several years without a general pay increase. This year, employees were pleased to hear a proposal that builds on the progress with an additional 3% raise while maintaining a balanced budget. Over the past years, La Jolla FT has the opportunity to participate in ongoing conversations with Dr. Sorensen and district leadership regarding employees' concerns and district priorities. We appreciate having a seat at the table and the opportunity to advocate for the employees we represent. As we prepare for the new school year, we look forward to continuing those conversations with our members and district leadership as we work together to support employees and strengthen La Jolla ISD. While there were decisions along the way that we did not always agree, I appreciate that Dr. Sorensen and her team have remained willing to listen and engage in meaningful dialogue and keep employees at the center of the conversation. Now tonight, if the board approves a 3% increase, district employees will have received a total of 7% in salary increases over the last 2 years. And I can tell you that I heard that music too when the proposed 3% raise was presented And the board president Alvarez said at that time, that's music to my ears. So Dr. Sorensen, that, and everyone, that investment matters. So yesterday I joined representatives from La Jolla AFD in a meeting with Chief Financial Officer, Mrs. Crespo, to better understand the proposed compensation plan and work being done to strengthen the district's compensation structure. We appreciate her willingness to engage in a open and transparent discussion regarding employees' compensation, recruitment, and retention, and the district's long-term commitment to maintaining competitive and equitable pay practices. We recognize that meaningful progress takes time throughout planning and responsible stewardship of district resources. And as La Jolla ISD continues to strengthen the financial position, we look forward to continue these important conversations. This investment matters to the teachers in the classroom, the instructional assistants supporting students, the bus drivers transporting our children safely, the police officers who help keep our schools safe, the custodians maintaining our campuses, and the cafeteria workers serving meals, and every employee who contributes to the success of La Jolla ISD. I would also like to recognize the Board of Managers for the time and consideration given to reviewing this proposed budget, balancing needs of students, employees, taxpayer is never easy. And I appreciate your commitment to making decisions that support the long-term success of our district. Should you choose to approve this budget and compensation plan tonight, I thank you in advance for your investment in the employees who serve our students and families every day. And on behalf of many employees who have remained committed to this district, both through challenging and successful times, thank you for recognizing their hard work, dedication, and service. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Salinas. Anyone else?
None.
That's it.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Salinas. Appreciate the comments. Next item on the agenda is number 6. Budget hearing, action discussion. 6.1, approval and adoption of the proposed 2026-2027 budgets for the General Fund, Debt Services Fund, and the Child Nutrition Fund. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 6.1.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. At this time, we will close the public hearing since no one else has signed up. The time is
6:04.
6:04 p.m., and we will open up to our regular board meeting. We now move over to our student recognition. I ask that board member Ms. Vega and Dr. Carlos Margo make their way to the front of the dais for this portion of our meeting. Mr. Adama, this is 7.1, recognition of La Jolla School UIL State Solo and Ensemble Outstanding Performer Students.
Good evening, President Alvarez, board members, Superintendent Dr. Marcy Sorensen, district leadership, staff, families, and guests. Tonight, I have the distinct privilege of recognizing a group of exceptional students whose dedication, talent, and commitment have brought tremendous pride to our schools and our entire La Jolla ISD community. The accomplishments we celebrate this evening extend far beyond trophies, medals, and titles. They represent countless hours of practice, unwavering commitment, personal sacrifice, and a relentless pursuit of excellence. Tonight, we are recognizing 5 state champions, 2 state runner-ups in the PHS Conjunto program, and 3 UIL State Solo and Ensemble Outstanding Performers from La Jolla High School. These achievements remind us that fine arts education develops far more than artistic skills. Through music and performance, students learn discipline, resilience, collaboration, creativity, and the confidence to share their gifts with the world. Behind every successful student stands a team of people who make these moments possible. To our parents and families who are here tonight, thank you for your unwavering support, your encouragement, and the countless hours spent at performances and competitions. Your sacrifices make these opportunities real. To our teachers and staff, thank you for your passion, your expertise, and your belief in every student's potential. You inspire excellence every single day. To our campus administrators, district leadership, board of trustees, and superintendent, thank you for your continued investment in the arts and for recognizing the vital role fine arts play in every child's education. And finally, to these students, thank you for representing La Jolla ISD with professionalism, integrity, and pride. Your success is proof that excellence is not an accident. It is a result of hard work, dedication, and the courage to pursue your dreams, even when the path is hard. Your talents have the power to inspire others, strengthen this community, and preserve the traditions that make us who we are. Tonight, we celebrate not only what you have accomplished, but the incredible potential that lies ahead. Congratulations, and we cannot wait to see what you do next. Each year, approximately 25,000 student musicians from across Texas participate in the UIL State Solo and Ensemble Contest. Only the top 2 to 3% of soloists receive the Outstanding Performer designation, one of the highest honors a Texas high school musician can earn. This recognition is reserved for students whose performances exemplify the highest standard of musicianship, technical excellence, and artistry. Please join me in recognizing our 2026 UIL State Solo and Ensemble Outstanding Performers, percussion students from La Jolla High School, Adan Lira and Abiel Moreno. Abiel's parents are San Juanita Chapa and Joan Moreno, and Adan is here with his mother, Maritza Lira. Their directors are Trinidad Lopez Jr. and Jesus A. Perez, and their principal is Mr. Eduardo Flores. If I may ask for the parents to please come up and take a picture with your children, please. Congratulations.
Thank you, partner.
We had one other student from La Jolla High School who received this distinction. He's not able to be here with us tonight, but I also like to recognize him. Piano student Elian Maldonado. His parents are Jesus and Coti Maldonado. Congratulations to Elian. We're so proud of you.
All right. Mr. Adama, you will continue the recognizing of the Palmview High School Conjunto students.
The 2026 La Cultura Vive Duelo State Competition is part of the annual Texas Best Conjunto Competition, showcasing some of the finest student conjunto duets in the state. This year, the Palmview High School Conjunto program is home to the top 2 duets in all of Texas and the best drummer in all of Texas. Please join me in recognizing our 2026 La Cultura Vive State runner-up duet, Christian Zapata and Javier Rangel. Christian's parents are Nora and Daniel Zapata, and Javier's parents are Erica and Javier Rangel. And now for our 2026 La Cultura Vive State champions, we can take a picture all together if we want, yes, or separate.
I'll leave it up to you, Mr. Adama. It's yours.
If the parents can come up and take a picture with them too, please.
Come on in.
Hi there.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations.
So if we can have Javier stay standing up there and his
Yes.
parents.
Yes, if we could keep them all here, then we'll have a group picture. with the
Well,
two groups.
Javier also achieved the outstanding drummer, the state champion on drum set for Conjunto. So he not only was with the duet, he
Yes.
also is the outstanding drummer. So
Awesome.
congratulations.
If the parents would like to be in the picture, please.
Take a picture.
Get back in there. Get back in there.
Congratulations, Javier. And now help me recognize our 2026 La Cultura Viva State Champions, Hector Contreras and Gabriel Mesa. Hector's parents are Ileana and Javier Contreras Jr., and Gabriel's parents are Diana and Juan Mesa. If the parents can please come up and join in the picture.
Congratulations. Felicidades.
Qué bueno.
Felicidades.
Mr. Adame, are we at the next okay, that's our accordion.
The Texas Folklife Big Squeeze Accordion State Championship is one of the most prestigious competition for young accordionists in Texas. Established to preserve and celebrate the rich musical traditions of Conjunto and Tejano music, it honors a cultural heritage deeply rooted throughout Texas and within the proud traditions of La Jolla ISD. This year, we are proud to recognize not one, but two outstanding students from Palmview High School who each earned a state championship title. Please join me in recognizing our 2026 Texas Folklife Big Squeeze State Champions, Valentina Alanis and Christian Zapata. Valentina's parents are Sonia and Jose Alanis, and Christian Zapata's parents are Nora and Daniel Zapata. The parents can come up and take pictures as well.
Here they come.
Mr. and Mrs. Zapata are getting their steps in. If we can also take a picture with their directors and their principal. Their directors are Myra Garcia, Javier Loya, and Adrian Zambrano, and their principal is Leanne Herrera. Yeah, we can have everybody, yeah, all the kids.
Can we bring the whole group up?
Yes, all the kids.
Fantastic. And parents.
And the parents.
principal.
All kids and parents.
So for this particular picture, I'm requesting that Dr. Sorensen be a part of it because I want her to show the folks up in Fort Worth and all the other parts of the state what kind of groups we have in South Texas. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I will add that if you've ever seen these children perform, it's hard to believe they're high school kids. They're just as good as any pro out there.
Here come the rest of the parents. Mr. Adame. That's what I was gonna say. I wanted him to be in the picture. I wanted Mr. Adame to be in the picture.
Get her in there on the TV.
You wanna ask him?
Yeah.
I can take
Yes.
Yes. In the picture.
But there's a screen. She'd have to log off, log back. Meeting. I think that would be better. They have- But I don't know once it's set up. Marty,
Mr. Adame.
Salvo is gonna do the closed session.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you for sharing your views.
All of that.
Thank you for everything.
Congrats.
Don't forget this speech, so you can give a speech to kids.
Congratulations.
Mr. Adame,
Oh, that's on.
I just wanted to share something before the young men and ladies sat down. I want them to remember this moment and the board of managers that they see in front of them. So when they make it really big, that they give us free tickets and backstage passes. And so we would appreciate that.
Oh, and they will hit it big.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt.
Yes.
Again, congratulations to all our young men and women that were acknowledged tonight. Our next item on the agenda is our superintendent's announcements of campus and district leadership. This will be done by Derek Little. Dr. Little?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, everyone. Very happy to start with some announcement of new team members and team members in different roles for the year. So we are happy to do some celebrations of campus leadership and district leadership this evening. We are going to begin with some principal announcements, starting with our new principal at E.V. Reyna Elementary School. We are very excited to announce Dr. Senwana Janie Gutierrez as the new principal of E.V. Reyna. She is a proud graduate of La Jolla ISD who returns to the district with more than 20 years of experience serving students, teachers, and school communities across Texas. Throughout her distinguished career, she has served as a teacher, instructional specialist, assistant principal, district coordinator, and human resources director. Driven by a commitment to service and excellence, Dr. Gutierrez believes that every student deserves access to high-quality instruction and opportunities to succeed. We are very excited to welcome her back to La Jolla ISD and look forward to the leadership, expertise, and passion she will bring to students, staff, and families in this school and district. Welcome, and thank you for joining.
Welcome back.
All right, next up, we are excited to announce our principal at Memorial Middle School. This is Mr. Jaime Garcia Jr., who will serve as our new principal. He brings more than 20 years of experience in education, including 16 years in campus leadership. Mr. Garcia brings a strong background in instructional leadership, school improvement, and student success. He is committed to fostering a culture of excellence, collaboration, and inclusivity while building strong partnerships with students, staff, families, and the community. He believes that student success is achieved through teamwork, high expectations, and meaningful relationships. We are very thrilled to welcome Mr. Garcia to La Jolla ISD and to Memorial Middle School. Thank you so much for joining us. Next up, we are announcing our new principal at Tabasco Elementary. This is Miss Yesenia Lugo. She is a proud graduate also of La Jolla ISD and is honored to return to the district that helped shape her educational journey and is excited to serve the students, staff, and families of the Tabasco community. Ms. Lugo brings 9 years of experience, including 7 years as a teacher and 2 years as an assistant principal. Throughout her career, she has demonstrated a strong commitment to student achievement, educator development, and family engagement. She is passionate about fostering a culture of growth, excellence, and opportunity for all students. Thank you, Ms. Lugo, for coming back to the district, and welcome to Tabasco.
Congratulations.
Welcome back.
So there are moments where we ask current team members to take on new challenges and new responsibilities. So we announced the principal for Evie Reyna just a moment ago, and now we're excited to share where Ms. Lucy Lara Garza is going to be for next year. She is a dedicated educational leader with more than 26 years of experience serving students, staff, and families in public education, and will now be serving as the principal of Henry B. Gonzalez Elementary. Throughout her career, she has served as a classroom teacher, science lab teacher, assistant principal, and principal, building a reputation for fostering strong school cultures, high expectations, and student success. She is a bilingual educator whose own experiences as a migrant student shaped her passion for education. Ms. Lara Garza believes every child deserves to feel valued, supported, and empowered to achieve their full potential. She is widely recognized for her dedication to students, collaborative leadership style, and unwavering commitment to helping schools thrive. Lucy, thank you so much for stepping into this new challenge and helping to ensure that Gonzalez, certainly as it welcomes new students and families, has the leadership that that community deserves. All right, and now to two district leadership announcements. We're going to begin with someone who's been a familiar face in board meetings for quite some time and certainly in impacting campuses. And I am personally thrilled to announce that Ms. Jody Adair will be stepping into the Deputy Chief of Instructional Support and School Leadership role. She is an accomplished educational leader with more than 23 years of experience serving students, educators, and school communities. Throughout her career, she has served as a teacher, instructional specialist, assistant principal, and for the last 2 years as an executive director of school leadership right here in La Jolla ISD. She brings a strong commitment to academic excellence, leadership development, and student achievement. She is known for transformational leadership and an unwavering focus on student success. Ms. Adair is dedicated to building leadership capacity and creating systems that empower our educators and improve outcomes for all La Jolla ISD students. Jody, really excited for you to have this new role, and welcome to the team in a different capacity. And finally, for this evening, we are incredibly excited to announce a new cabinet member as our Chief of Human Capital and Talent Development, and that is Ms. Quincy Boyd. She is a nationally recognized educational leader with 15 years of experience driving strategy, innovation, and excellence across the public education landscape. Her career spans two of the nation's largest urban school systems, Houston Independent School District, and most recently in Prince George's County Public Schools. Quincy began her career as a high school teacher, which was a formative experience that grounded her leadership in the lived realities of students and educators. Over the years, she has held senior roles across K-12 systems, higher education, and the nonprofit sector, including serving recently as chief of staff in Prince George's, where she made history as the district's first woman to serve in that role for over 100 years in that district's legacy. She is known for her ability to align people, systems, and strategy. Quincy has successfully led cross-functional teams, overseen executive talent acquisition, developed leadership pipelines, and supported workforce initiatives that advance organizational effectiveness. She is a proud first-generation college graduate who has earned degrees from the University of Texas at Austin and Harvard University. She is also currently pursuing her doctorate degree. Her most meaningful role outside of her professional achievements is serving as mom to her two daughters, Harper Monroe and Logan Ivy. And we are very excited to welcome all of you to the La Jolla ISD family.
All right, next agenda item is 8.2 instructional model for 2026-2027. This will be done by our superintendent and also Mr. Derek Little. Dr. Little?
Thank you, Board President. Just want to pause. Superintendent, is there anything you want to frame at the beginning, or are we good to jump in?
No, I'll just frame it really quickly. So as the superintendent, I spend quite a bit of time at the end of the year doing after the bell conversations on 20 campuses, listening to our educators and really engaging with them about what was going to happen next year. What was next year going to look like instructionally for them, as we also took time to reflect on what worked, didn't work, how we need to serve and support them better as we ask them to do really hard work. And so we are incredibly excited to share the vision for next year's instructional model. And so we wanted everyone to be able to go home for a couple of weeks, a couple of months, with a clear understanding of what's to come, as well as what's staying the same. What are we doubling down on? What do we need to continue to get better at, stronger, faster, so that we can serve more students, so that more students can make incredible academic gains and reach their fullest potential? And so we wanted to share that not only with the board, but with the community, with our educators, with our principals, so that everyone had a clear vision, as well as there's a little surprise at the end of this presentation with our preliminary STAR results that we are prepared to share with the community and the board.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. So this is a really exciting moment where we start to look ahead into next school year. We're going to spend some time in a little bit tonight talking about where we're ending this most recent school year, but this presentation is really about what it's going to take to get us closer to our North Star goal next school year, what it's going to take to get closer to our vision for students. This is really rooted in our first three strategic plan priorities. So as we go through the presentation this evening, we're really talking about how we're bringing excellence in leadership, empowered graduates, and thriving students to life through what we're doing in the classroom. So the first thing we want to just clarify and level set around is our foundation for instruction is not changing next year. We are going to continue to anchor our work in our instructional framework. We shared this with the board earlier in the fall at the start of this past school year. We did a lot of work with our principals and campuses around this instructional framework, and it continues to be the foundation on which everything builds. It sets our overall vision for what quality instruction looks like in the classroom, as well as what the broader student experience should entail in terms of culture, relationships, connection, and what the environment is like in our classrooms and in our campuses. The next piece that is going to continue to remain constant for us is our expectations for what day-to-day instruction is based on, and that's our lesson structure. That became a huge anchor for us in this most recent school year to really align the entire district on what quality instruction had to include, how that had to flow through each lesson every day in the classroom, and ultimately give our campus leaders and our support team members the same language and lens on which to support teachers to improve in their instruction. So that lesson structure will continue to be a big rock of what we do next school year. Similarly is the way that we gauge how well instruction is happening in the classrooms. Board, you'll remember about a month ago, we gave you a full update on our spot checks from the last school year. That system is going to continue into next school year. So we will continue to have spot check teams on campuses multiple times throughout the school year, really trying to understand, again, what are the trends that we are seeing across classrooms, grade levels, content areas, so that we can better organize our support systems to help teachers and campuses improve in their quality of instruction. So that next year, when we're showing you updated data, we continue to see the number and percent of proficient plus classrooms improving in the district. So students are getting really great on grade level instruction. So those three things, our instructional framework, our lesson structure, and our spot check system, continue to be anchors in what we're doing in the classroom for next school year. What we want to spend the next part of the presentation really laying out are areas where we're getting tighter, more rigorous, and more urgent. And those directly align to our strategic plan priorities. So first, as we think about excellence in leadership, we've talked a lot about this year that we've got to expand and really deepen our coaching approach for classroom teachers as well as campus leaders. So a specific strategy or initiative in our strategic plan is about building out that coaching framework and approach, and that is on deck for next school year for us to roll out and really begin to do implementation around. Another aspect here is leadership development. As we welcome and announce new principals coming into the district, we are also always thinking about how we help all of our leaders to be successful and continue to build a pipeline into leadership opportunities in the district. So that work will be more flushed out and full and comprehensive next school year as well. And then as we think about compensation, we will be going into year 2 of our Principal Excellence Initiative. Remember, we launched that this year as a more comprehensive way to both evaluate, recognize, and reward principals for the work that they're doing and the impact that they have. So that will expand into year 2 next school year. And we're looking at ways to expand that further to other roles. Assistant principals as an example, central office staff as an example, and teachers down the road as well in a different way. So that's all part of what we will be engaging with our campuses, with the community, and with the board around for excellence in leadership as it relates to instruction. When we think about empowered graduates, our next presentation tonight actually on academic results is really rooted in foundational skills in the early grades. And I'm going to spend more time in that presentation talking about it. Headline here is we know we've got to do more in our early grades. Literacy, math, across the board, we've got to do more. And so we'll go deeper into that in just a bit. What I'm going to spend most of the rest of this presentation tonight is in this middle box in how we use our time during the day and the resources that we're providing and expecting our teachers to use. So we'll dig into that more deeply over the next few slides, because that's where the most substantive adjustments are occurring as we prepare for next school year. And then last bucket here for empowered graduates is sort of a coming soon update and a reminder. We have multiple times last year and this year acknowledged and alluded to the fact that we have to rethink our CTE pathways and programs. We're very grateful to multiple community members throughout the Rio Grande Valley who's been part of an advisory council working with us over the past few months so that we're able to come back mid-fall to the board and to the public and really cast a future vision for career and technical education that talks about which pathways we're expanding, which pathways we're eliminating because they're not providing opportunities for students in the way that they need to, and which opportunities we need to pursue that we're not currently providing. So know that that'll be a big focus and conversation for us throughout next school year as well, in addition to continuing to deepen what we're doing academically in our high school space in general. happy to share with you in a little bit. We saw a lot of growth with our high schools, and we got a lot more to go earn. So that TSI connection, making sure students are ready to show college and career readiness, will continue to be a big area of work for us. And then last headline here really connects to our two superintendent constraints around MTSS and special education. So as we think about the deep work in thriving students, that will continue to be a connection to instruction is that rollout of a full MTSS system. When Deputy Chief Candelario shared an update about 6 weeks ago on the superintendent constraints, we showed you baseline data on where we were this year in terms of how we were getting students to the MTSS process and ultimately how that connected to special education referrals. That was all without a real focus on the academic part of MTSS. That becomes the next area where we really roll out all three pillars of MTSS next year to include attendance, behavior, and academics. And then with special education, we're going to be moving into year 2 of implementing the audit recommendations and continuing to ensure that the quality of the referral process as well as the ultimate IEPs that students are served through meet expectations for every child. And then to come back to that middle box that I said we'll spend some more time on to look at specific instructional expectations and systems that we are upgrading for next school year. The first reminder here is to all of our teachers, we're not asking you to learn a new curriculum next year. It stays anchored in Bluebonnet. So this will be the 3rd year for our math teachers writ large in the district to really get used to Bluebonnet math. It'll be our 2nd year next year in reading. So we should start to have much more confidence and comfort with the baseline curriculum that is not changing next year. What we are doing is giving teachers more resources, honestly. That was an adjustment we made in the midst of this school year. You'll remember we talked to you about something called IPCs, or instructional planning calendars, where we really started to annotate and do a lot of the pre-work for teachers so that their focus could then shift on just how do I do this well in the classroom. That's accelerating even more in our approach for next school year. So a little orientation to the color coding on the slide. What's in blue here, like student workbooks, that has been provided, that's going to continue to be provided. That's the baseline materials that we get from the state for Bluebonnet. So those are consumable resources in most cases that students are using. What's in the purple also has been provided and will continue to be provided. So if I'm a 2nd grade teacher of Bluebonnet math, I've had a teacher edition, I've had resources to engage with my family around, that's going to continue to be present as well. What we're adding in new as additional support for our teachers is what's in red. And the main thing there is 2 boxes that I want to call out. We're going to go in those a bit more. In the middle column, the first one, daily lesson PowerPoints. So that's an extension of what we did this year with our IPCs, where we really focused teachers on which parts of the lesson mattered the most, gave them suggestions on how to approach that instruction, and help frame the time it should take within that block. These daily lesson PowerPoints take that to the next step, where we're really creating what the teacher is going to have to use to engage with students. So again, their time and their focus is getting really good at how to bring that to life in their classroom for their students. The other big thing that I want to call out is the last box in the column with the blues, the lead learning activities. This could be a game changer for in-the-moment support and response to students that day during that lesson block when they are struggling. So if I'm trying to do a 4th grade literacy lesson with students and students just aren't getting the concept of main idea in that case, teacher is in the moment that day going to be able to pull a small group, have resources already created to use with that small group to help more students meet that concept mastery that day, rather than waiting for tomorrow or sometime later next week when it cycles back. So the quickness of information that teachers have and ability to respond in the moment is a huge part of this next phase of our instructional approach for next school year. Here's a quick example of what these daily lesson PowerPoints look like. So imagine in many cases, certainly prior to Bluebonnet and even in some cases last year with Bluebonnet, teachers were telling us they were spending a lot of time putting these things together. They don't need to spend time putting basic resources together. That's part of what we can provide. So this is an example of what that looks like in a third grade start of year math lesson. Look at the red arrows in the text. I want to sort of walk us through from top left of the slide around ultimately to the middle. So that box at the top that says activation of learning goes back to the lesson structure I mentioned earlier that we said is going to continue to be in place. Activation of learning is the first thing that teachers need to do with students when they start that lesson. It gets the gears flowing, makes connections to prior knowledge, and sets them up to be ready to learn today's concept. So every one of the slides that we provide will explicitly say where it fits in the lesson structure and how that should show up in the classroom. To the green box on the right, that's a teaching strategy that we're asking teachers to use. This, in this case, is a math strategy, read, draw, write. That's the process students should go through as they are working out this math. And so that on the slide for the students and for the teacher, it actually helps both, cues them into here's how I actually should approach this. That takes a lot of guesswork out for the teacher and for the students. And then you see all the content on the slide. In this case, this is actually the reveal slide. So students were working the problem. Now we're revealing how the teacher wanted them to do that. There are two ways that students could have approached that concept. You see the sort of number strip on the left and the number bond on the right. That then is also telling the teacher, here's the techniques that we need you to use for this concept so that we get more consistency and more reinforcement across classrooms for all students. And so this will exist kindergarten through fifth grade for Reading Bluebonnet. We're also making that for 6-8 with our Amplify curriculum. It will exist kindergarten through Algebra 2 for math. And then we're building on this to ensure that other grades and other contents like science, social studies, et cetera, also mirror and have this same flow and same resources. The other part that I mentioned is how we use time. So we've always had a block of time in the day where teachers are doing reading, or it's math time, or it's science or social studies time. What we are tightening up next year is what should be happening within that block of time. So the colors on the slide really walk through the flow of each day's lesson. So again, imagine it's a 7th grade math lesson and I'm in there with my teacher. The bulk of the time is in that tier 1 space, which is the on grade level lesson. That is what I am learning new today as a 7th grade math student. The DOL is the demonstration of learning. That's when roughly 50 to 55 minutes into the lesson, we're gonna pause and I'm gonna have to answer several questions to show whether I learned today's concept or not. If I did learn it and I mastered it, during that orange box of lead, I'm then going to go work on independent practice to solidify my learning even more or accelerate me to what comes next. If I wasn't successful and I didn't master that concept, that time right there in that block before the bell rings and I go somewhere else, the teacher's going to be able to pull me and some other students in a small group and go through a reteach on that concept to make sure I'm not leaving the classroom with big gaps before I come back to class tomorrow. That was not a consistent implementation this school year. So that is a real upgrade in our work for next school year. The blue box for intervention is not daily, depending upon which grade or content we're talking about, but those are built-in times, usually weekly, where we have additional time to go back and review concepts or extend learning for students who are ready to accelerate. Just quickly, this shows how that looks for reading. One of the things certainly teachers know, but just to acknowledge, our reading blocks are intentionally longer than our math blocks, and that's how the curriculum is designed. You can see here in 3rd grade, it's roughly 135 minutes a day that we're spending in reading instruction with our students. On the math side, that's usually about 90 minutes. This is a middle school example on this slide. So it's about a 90-minute block. Lesson 1 would happen on Monday, for example. Lesson 1, part 2 would happen on Tuesday. But you can see how we flow through. So I start with that activation of learning and do now. I get into the core instruction in the engage in the activities, see if students learned it with the DOL, and then move into that lead time for additional support. And that just becomes a routine that students and teachers are using every day. The other thing that we started this year and will be even more seamless and of higher quality next year is teachers don't have to decide what the questions are. So I do the lesson. It takes a lot of time for teachers to write really good assessment questions. And the reality is it's really hard to write good assessment questions. So we're actually providing those assessment questions for the demonstrations of learning directly aligned to the curriculum and aligned to STAR where that is grade appropriate. So those will be baked in. Teachers don't have to worry about, they administer it, they get the data, and then they split the students up for that lead time. And then lastly, the superintendent got a lot of questions about this and feedback. And after the bell, it's part of what's happening in that lead time and in that intervention time, which are the other resources that we're asking students and teachers to use. So our supplemental resources. I do want to acknowledge the big box at the top saying this is draft. We will continue to get feedback and refine this over the summer as we work with partners, but we will share the final version with teachers and campuses when they come back in August. But main thing here is reduction and clarity. Reduction is we actually took some supplemental resources off the list based on that feedback. For example, we took things out of K2 that we were asking people to do that just didn't make sense anymore. We took some things out of the 3-5 and the 6-8 space to really clarify where they live within the year and within the content. So if I'm a teacher, I really want to find my column here. So if I'm a kinder to second grade teacher, I'm going to be in that first column. If I'm a kinder teacher, I may be teaching all subjects. So I'm with the same students all day going through all of these things. This helps me know where in the day I'm going to do Lexia, for example, in literacy. It's part of that lead time, 15 minutes a day for students who aren't in the small group with the teacher. If I'm in a dual language class, I also have Summit and Estrellita, but again, we have really defined within the instructional block in the week where that occurs. And so this, again, really helps teachers and students focus on what's going to get the most value and impact without people feeling like they're having to do too much and then they don't know where to fit it in. So we appreciate the feedback we got from the field, and we are trying to listen to that and honor it for next school year. So lastly, just want to super clarify or stamp key points, as we would say in our spot check rubric here. What is not changing and what is changing. Blanca gave me a look at that cheesy joke. So what is not changing is, again, our use of high quality instructional materials. Bluebonnet, Savas in science, creative curriculum in pre-K, those continue to be the basis of what we're doing along with our framework and lesson structure. We are continuing to use our supplemental resources, and we're getting even more clear into when and how they fit into the day for students and teachers. Every teacher, every sort of class will continue to be expected to do the daily DOLs and those unit assessments at the end of each unit and module. And we will continue to provide support for people to help give observation and feedback to know how to constantly get better. On the right, what we are signaling and being clear about is we are asking you to use your time in the day differently in a very structured approach that helps students get what they need in the moment that day. We're also providing these additional resources that we expect to be consistent across the district. So it doesn't matter what school I walk in, if I'm in that third grade lesson, we should see students working on that content with those materials. And then we're going to work with campus leaders to make sure that the prep that teachers are doing in their PLC times is really aligned to and bringing all of this to life in a high quality way. And then here's just a quick sort of snapshot into what that looks like from now till start of school. Biggest thing is we're starting to do professional learning with teachers and educators. We have sessions actually going on throughout this month of June. We have sessions specifically anchored into what I'm sharing tonight, starting in July. And then this will be a huge focus with our principals in Leadership Academy in July, as well as with our teachers during Welcome Back Week. So board, really excited about our work ahead and obviously happy to take questions.
Members of the board, any questions? Yes, Ms. Pena.
I have a question. Dr. Little, for the, excuse me, for the new resources that we're going to be providing for these teachers, are those coming from Bluebonnet, or is that something that central offices help create?
Yeah, it depends on the content. So where it is based on a Bluebonnet curriculum, we are working with TEA to get those resources. And so we're not having to create them. What we're doing is customizing them to our district's sort of expectations and lesson structure. Where it's a content or grade level that doesn't have Bluebonnet, we are making those so we have alignment across grades and contents.
Awesome. And I think in your presentation, I'm hearing that there was feedback from teachers in terms of what worked and what didn't. So
Yeah.
just want to say thank you for allowing for that feedback.
Any other questions?
I have a question. For the new Principal Academy and the Aspiring Principals Academy for Leadership Development, is that going to happen throughout the year, or is that like a summer workshop for teachers, or how would that look?
Big idea is it will happen throughout the year, and there's a process in which we sort of select and screen folks for those opportunities. We've had a version of that the past 2 years. It has not been what we want or need it to be, and so this is really sort of rethinking and ensuring that it is high impact for potential new leaders as well as for aspiring leaders.
Good
Board
questions.
President, can I
Yes, Dr.
answer?
Sorensen.
And I'm very excited that Ms. Boyd is here with us, because we're also, to answer your question even more holistically, we want to start to build pipelines for teacher leaders. I'm a former high school teacher, former high school principal, and my quasi-administrators were my department chairs. And so how do we start developing the leadership capacity of department chairs to lead a department, so that that becomes our next pipeline of assistant principals, so that becomes our next pipeline of principals, right? And same thing at the elementary level. They're leading grade levels. You have grade level leads. So how does your third grade level lead understand their role in leading a grade level? So we want to develop teacher leaders so that they can then become part of our leadership pipeline across the district, to develop that just general leadership capacity on the campus, so that more people are rowing in the same direction.
Thank you, and I'm excited for that.
Thank you. Dr. Hernandez, I'm sorry, I haven't missed any of your questions, or if you've had any questions, it's a good time to ask. Have I missed anything with you?
No worries. I haven't had questions so far. Everything is very interesting, and I'm very happy to hear the changes that we're doing, and everything so far has been nothing but positive about this board meeting. So I'm having a good time listening to this online.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Any other questions for Dr. Little? Great presentation and very informative, like always, Dr. Little. Next item on the agenda, item 8.3, strategic investment request. This will be done by Merced Crespo. I'll be asking her to come back to the podium. Ms. Crespo?
Good evening, Mr. Alvarez, Board, Dr. Sorensen, community. We are bringing to you a strategic investment request for proceed to award to the administration $7 million to do specific activities. So this request is aligned to our strategic goal, is aligned to our priorities, and is breakdown in a fund balance investment of transportation fleet, baseball facilities, and future capital priorities. So this recommendation is distributed following one-time investments as recommended previously for our fund auditors. A través del, I'm sorry, I'm mixing Spanish and English in my head today. Following investments through available fund balance that we have, and it's a one-time, those are one-time investments that we are requesting for approval. So how this is breakdown? First, $2 million in operational and safety investment for yellow bus replacements. This is going to help us to initiate the request of, from the audit, that transportation audit that we have seen before, and initiate that is a change of buses to be able to increase our student safety, operational reliability, and transportation continuity. The other amount, the $5 million left, are for facilities and campus enhancement investments. We have identified the need for upgrade and modernization for student extracurricular experience and other facility and operational priorities that have been identified. So with that, this is a fund balance consideration of $7 million. This fund balance, I want to show you how this impact is no taking anything away from what we had been working. So our total fund balance, as I presented in the approved budget, is $140.1 million. The restricted is all that we had to set aside for other capital investments and requirements by law, is $18.2 million. Current unassigned, that is the fund that we can address and touch, is $121.9 million. If we proceed and you accept this proposal, approve this proposal for $7 million, that will be leaving a remaining unassigned of $114.9 million. What this means for us, the board minimum requirement, and this is something we approve, and thank you, board, for doing that because it's protecting the fund balance of the district. The board minimum requirement is 90 days. That is a total of $70.3 million. We have left, if we proceed with the $7 million request, above minimum of $44.6 million. That is more than a month and a half of fund balance. So we are requesting to proceed with this and approve us to dispose of the $7 million with a remaining unassigned of $114.9 million, way above the minimum board policy. This is how the budget amendment looks like. This is similar to the tables I presented for the board for the budget approval, where you have the function for student transportation on an increase of $2 million to be able to buy buses, and then an increase in facility acquisition and construction, that is what we call function 81, for a total of $5 million. That will, as you see here, a reduction of the total fund balance of leaving us $134.9 million. So I am requesting that the board consider this to be able to initiate the purchase of the buses and initiate the improvement of our baseball and acquire other items for the school's improvement.
Merchant, is this an action item for tonight?
It is later as an action item.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask how much the $2 million would cover? I know probably SB would know, but the number of buses, SB, how many buses is that? I mean, I know it's just it's a start. I know you're working on improving pretty much the fleet, but I'm just curious how many would this?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, Madam Superintendent, fellow members of the board, buses average about 170,000 per unit right now. So we're anticipating just shy of 10 buses to be able to purchase for $2 million.
Wow, that's good.
And in terms of timeline, assuming that there is approval, what are we talking about, lead times?
That's the big mystery right now with the political climate. The lead time it varies depending on where the buses are procured through. And so the numbers we're hearing right now is about 6 months.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's still really good. That's more than I thought we were going to have. Any other questions for Merjed? Merjed, you continue to give us good news, so thank you for that. All right. Next item on the agenda is agenda item number 9, Lone Star Governance, item 9.1, map reading fluency, Circle-Texas Kia GMS GPMs for goal 1 and 2. Dr. Little, hope I said that right.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's a lot of acronyms in there. Apologies for that. We are going to give our last official Lone Star Governance update for the year, and it is looking at our early grades to connect back to the comments I made earlier. Bear with me because we're going to have a little bit of some rough data in here, and then we're going to share the surprise the superintendent mentioned earlier with our preliminary STAR and accountability results at the end. So this starts by looking at our GPMs 1.3, which is how our kinder to second grade students are doing in foundational literacy. That's what we measure with map reading fluency. As we shared before in last presentation, we did not meet the target for that GPM as well as 2.1, which is the Texas Kia math performance. So we're just going to dig into that data a bit more in detail tonight to unpack that. And we'll start with map reading fluency. Just a big important reminder here as we talk about this is really capturing how students are developing the building blocks necessary to become a fluent reader. That doesn't just happen easily or overnight. It takes really intensive, structured, explicit work in the classroom with students to build those foundational skills. And when students aren't successful or aren't able to build those foundational skills due to a lack of opportunity and lack of good instruction, that really creates challenges for them, potentially for life. So getting this right is incredibly important to student success overall and to our long-term success as a district. And as I mentioned in the past presentation, we know we have more work to do here, and this data is going to underscore that. I shared this slide in the last presentation. It is our overall GPM slide. Line graph at the top, I would call our attention to the middle, that sort of valley there at 20. That's where we started the school year this year at beginning of year. That's what our beginning of year results were. And then we did improve this 12 percentage points. So end of year was at 32. That is short of our target though. So why this is labeled does not meet is because we did fall short of that 44 target despite the growth. And we see that consistently on the bottom, sort of across campuses. This really was largely a district-wide challenge in terms of getting year-over-year growth in end of year. To unpack this a bit more, we've shared this slide a number of times, and it just helps to really uncover what it means to develop into a fluent reader. It starts with all these things on the left, from decoding, from knowing how sounds work and how they relate to symbols on the page and vice versa, being able to increase in comprehension both in listening and in awareness of word meaning and sentence meaning, ultimately getting to the place where students have sentence fluency. So that sentence fluency part of this continuum is what we are measuring in the GPM with map reading fluency. And what we want to see over time is actually this data going down, because it means that fewer students are still in that foundational space and they moved on to that oral reading competency. So in kinder and first grade, it's actually moving in the right direction. Again, it's one of the rare slides we want to see the bar go down and get smaller as opposed to go up and get bigger. So we see blue where we started at the beginning of the year compared to red at the end of the year. We see some improvement in kinder. We see even more improvement in first grade. And then we see like this is a cause for like action and concern in second grade where it actually went up. And that means more students were still working on foundational skills at the end of the year in second grade, certainly than we should have as we prepare them to move into third. The other way of looking at this is actually the opposite part of the continuum, which is how many of those students are moving into oral reading. This should actually increase over time because we want all of our students building that sentence fluency. So we see this go up a little bit in kinder. Again, that's like very early stages of reading. We don't expect to see large jumps here. We do expect that to increase much more in first grade. That is really the workhorse of teaching students how to read happens in first grade. And then we should see that even more in second. So to reconcile the two, we see second grade and foundational skills getting worse over time, but we see oral reading getting better. What that really means is students who were stuck in foundational skills, like they got real stuck in foundational skills and didn't make the progress they needed to actually advance over time. These next set of slides sort of help unpack that a bit more. We are testing out a new graphic here in this presentation. So certainly appreciate any more feedback on that. But let's look at the lines and circles. It unpacks those 4 areas of foundational skills, from phonological awareness to phonics and word recognition, down into the comprehension space of listening and picture vocabulary. The red dot is where we ended the year. We certainly want that to be the furthest thing to the right to show that it just improved overall. But if you look at phonics and word recognition for kinder English, it went the wrong direction. So it started the year at 78% and finished at 59%. Again, that means students were not able to keep pace with the increased expectations throughout the year. Remember, the way MAP works is I may have to, tell you what the letter A sort of sounds like or represents at the beginning of the year, but by the end of the year, I got to be able to put multiple letters together in blends and in syllables. And if I'm not able to make that progression, that's part of how this actually gets worse over the year. It's not that they forgot things that they knew, it's they didn't learn enough new things to keep pace. We see that in Spanish as well. Remember, in the foundational grade, certainly in our dual language work, we are working on English and Spanish in our dual language context. We see a similar story actually throughout this presentation, where the top part, which is actually the hardest part of decoding, is not making the progress that we need. That I'll come back at the end, but that is where our work with teachers and in classrooms and with principals is going to focus next year, to ensure that teachers are doing the explicit hard work day in and day out to actually build these skills with students. The commissioner often says, like, it's the closest thing to rocket science, and it is, and there is a systematic way to do it. That's part of the science of reading, and that's what we've got to better ensure is happening in every single one of our classrooms. First grade is a similar story. We're actually showing English and Spanish side by side here. Again, the work in decoding is where we really got to focus. And then second grade is similar. One thing I want to call out, if you're having an initial reaction like, holy cow, look how low those numbers are in English in second grade. Remember, we should have very few students here to begin with, because by second grade, they should be really past the foundational level. So this is representing that population of students that is still struggling with the foundational skills and sort of where they go. But we do expect that to be a much smaller percentage by the time we get to second grade. To shift gears a little bit, we're going to stay in kindergarten, but we're going to move over to math. Texas Kindergarten Entry Assessment is how we measure sort of basic skills in math. Line graph, again, I'll point us there. We had a ton of growth this year. We went from starting at 40 at the beginning of the year, percent of students where they needed to be, ending up at 72. And that is short of where we wanted to be with our target of just shy of 85%. So this target is a did not meet because we didn't reach that 84 level. Story here overall is much better, and I want to show you what that looks like. So as we think about progression over time, unlike what we just saw in reading, we actually see continued progress in math. The other thing we see that in is in every student group. So look at emergent bilinguals went from 38% on level at the beginning of the year to 71 at the end. Special education students, super exciting, went from 20 to 42, like we doubled that rate of being on grade level. And when we think about it at the campus level, every campus improved from beginning to end of year. So all of these sort of white circles to red circles got better. The dotted vertical line is where the district average was overall. So you can see about half the campuses had achievement levels higher than the district, about half below. I want to call out the two at the bottom, Seguin and Garza. We know that, to my favorite slide, which I haven't shown you in a long time, you get to achievement through growth. So we don't expect Seguin to be at the same level of achievement overnight as some of the schools at the top, but they will get there, and they can only get there through accelerated growth. And so their growth levels here are really strong, and over time that will build to higher levels of achievement. And so to sum this up, before we share our preliminary data overall, we've been doing some work on science of reading. This was obviously our first year of implementation with Bluebonnet Reading. We talked about that a little bit in the end of year map presentation a couple of weeks ago. We are seeing more impacts of year one versus year two implementation in the classroom. It is hard to adjust to a new curriculum and a new way of teaching, and Bluebonnet is amazing. And part of it being amazing is it's really rigorous, and you got to do both parts. You got to do the skills and you got to do the knowledge. And so that's really where we're leaning in deeply with our team and with our curriculum partner for next school year. The other place that that shows up is every elementary principal has to become an expert in how kids learn how to read. And they got to be able to engage in that with their teachers, and they got to be able to give really good feedback. So we're elevating expectations for particularly elementary principals next year to pay attention to this in a really deep and systematic way and to know it. And so that's going to be work that we're doing with our campus leaders as well. The whole past presentation tonight was really about those instructional enhancements and building out that coaching model. And then the other thing, Sup and I have both talked about this in presentations before. We definitely increased our presence on campuses this year, and we're going to increase that even more next year. So teachers, get used to seeing us around because we're going to be there, and we are there to be supportive and helpful and to keep pushing to raise expectations and quality of instruction. I want to pause, Superintendent, see if there's anything you want to add Board President, see if there's questions before we get to what is a much more exciting part of the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Little. Any questions for Dr. Little at this time? Dr. Sorensen?
Thank you, Board President. If I'll just quickly build on it, I don't want to underscore the difficulty, the challenge that it is to teach children how to read. It is not an easy task. It is not something that we just expect people to know how to do. And so walking into the district in February 2024, as we talk about the science of reading and the systematic approach, a letters first, sounds first approach to teaching students how to read wasn't happening across the district. And so not only have we been asking our teachers to use a new curriculum, but also use new instructional methodology that actually requires a very systematic, intentional approach to letters and sounds, and how letters and sounds then begin to make words, and how words then turn into sentences. Because if kids don't have fluency, then there is no comprehension. If you've ever heard a student struggle through a paragraph to just read it, you know they're not comprehending, because they're genuinely sitting there sounding out the words. And so we've got to help our teachers get better at that level of instruction in order for our students to be the recipients of great instruction that propels them to their actual fullest potential.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Any other questions? Anyone from the board? You may proceed.
All right, thank you, Board President. So what we're going to do now is share publicly with the board and with the community what we are seeing in our preliminary STAR end of course and accountability data for the 25-26 school year. I want to underscore the preliminary part of this. It's not full, it's not final, it's not finished. We actually do not get that back from the state until late July and early August, just like every other district. And we have a lot of data, and we want to recognize and appreciate the incredible work that our educators and campuses did. So let's dig into that.
Board President, may I interrupt for 1 second?
Yes, of course, Dr. Sorensen.
I just want to say the same way that I have said to you guys, this is very, 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 how many varies did I use with you guys?
Not enough.
Preliminary. But the state has, just so everyone is aware, the state has released their data in terms of their EOCs for the state. And they also just recently released the 3 through 8 data. And so this is what gave us the confidence to release the very, 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 very preliminary data, because the state began to release theirs.
Thank you for that context.
I just wanted to underscore the very part.
Absolutely. All right. So we're going to sort of use the same pattern that I think has been helpful in framing our data this year, which is around 3 key questions. So first question is, did we get better? Just as a district, isolated from everything else, did we see improvement? Absolutely, we did. 23 of our campuses are showing improved accountability ratings over last year. That is a very big change from the 7 that showed improvements the year prior. So that's an increase from 7 campuses doing better to 23. The other thing that we're looking at is how we're doing over time. So not just this year's results, but what does that look like more historically? Last school year, we only had 1 campus that actually changed its letter grade. This year, we have 16 that are jumping into a higher letter grade rating. So from 1 to 16. Yes,
No,
ma'am.
do it.
Go for it.
That's right. Thank you, our AFT partner.
Yes. And the last thing, to the superintendent's point, now that we can see how the state as a whole have done on these multiple very preliminary data sets, we are showing that we outpaced the state in terms of growth in 12 out of 18 areas. So like our amount of change compared to the state's change is higher in those 12 tested subjects. So let's dig into this a bit more deeply. First thing we're doing is talking about how we've done better in terms of overall ratings and state growth. So let's look at the bar chart on the left first. It is showing last year to this year how many campuses improved a letter grade. So that's the pink. That's the 1 to 16 that I just mentioned. Campuses that held steady, we went from 14 to 16, and declined a letter grade. This, again, it's no fun to go back to where we were last year because we know that wasn't good, but this is a striking data point. As we stood here a year ago, we had to acknowledge that 20 campuses did worse. This year, that's only 2. Like, that is a huge change in possibilities and opportunities for students. What we see on the right in the heat map table is how we did at the grade level by content on our STAR results. So if we just look at the top left one, math G3, that's math grade 3, we did 7 percentage points better at the meets plus level compared to last year. You see a ton of green on this slide. In fact, 13 out of 18 tested areas showed improvement year over year. The other way we can look at this again is compared to how we did versus the state's growth. So here we have the district in the red colors, we got the state in the blue colors, and the green sort of bars on the top is what I really want to draw our attention to. So far left, this is math grades 3 to 8. So it takes all of the grades 3 to 8 combined for math results and shows how we did in achievement versus how the state did. Now, you'll see that our red bars are not as high as the state bars. Our achievement levels are not as high as what the state is on average. We know that, but again, we can only close that gap by exceeding our growth rates. That's what that green +2 shows. We actually outpaced the state in improvement. That closes our gap from La Jolla to the state of Texas overall. All but one of these are a positive number, and the one that's not is a 0. So we actually matched the state. So again, in multiple ways of looking at this at the 3-8 level, and then to the right of the slide, we call out the 5 high school areas, Algebra 1, Bio, English 1 and 2, and US History. We exceeded the state growth across the board. So we are closing gaps and creating more opportunities for our students. And then in terms of what that looks like as a distribution of our campus ratings, and as we think about our North Star goal, the bar chart shows last year's final campus rating. So we had 3 A schools, we had 2 F schools, those were Garza and Seguin, our 2 ACE campuses, to this year. So we can see an improvement to 5 A-rated campuses, so we had a +2 there. We see 16 B-rated campuses, so we had a +5. C's actually stayed the same, but that's good because F and D rated schools moved into that C rating, which is part of our exit criteria and ultimately the path to our North Star goal. We reduced our D rated campuses by 7. We went from 9 to 2. And our F rated campuses, we cut in half from 2 to 1. So again, a ton of growth and gains here in terms of distribution across the board. This image, I think about, again, Ms. Crespo and Principal Herrera at the beginning of the year starting to talk about that elbow chart. You are starting to see the bottom of the elbow here now. So we had sort of consistent declines as a district over the prior 4 years. You see that sort of getting lower and lower and lower on the slide. And this year, that has a noticeable upward bounce. So we got to build on this, obviously, to next year, to our earlier conversation tonight, to continue to grow, to eliminate the final D and F ratings and improve A and Bs to get closer to our North Star. But this is what the start of that elbow chart looks like, where we're on the upswing and seeing more positive results over time. Wanted to pause for a minute and really acknowledge amazingness, honestly. Like, this is incredible. You as a board, parents at Zapata, Seguin, and Garza had to trust us when we went out and said, we're going to do something totally different at Seguin and Garza, and we know it's going to work, but we never done it in the Rio Grande Valley before. And that was doing the ACE model of accelerated campus excellence. We showed you in the community data to say, hey, within the first year, these campuses generally move from F to C. Within 2 years, their target is to get to a B. It is an incredible moment to recognize that Seguin is the highest improving school in the district, making 26 points of growth in their accountability rating, and they are slated to move from an F to a B-rated campus based on what they did this year. Yeah, we can celebrate that too. And then the second most growth in the district is Garza, our other ACE campus. They are projected at this point to move from an F to a very high C. To all those berries that we laid out earlier, there's some hope and prayers in there, as well as some strategy that we are doing with TEA to see if we can inch that closer to make it a B. But if not, both of these campuses met their first year expectations of getting out of that low performing rating and completely transforming opportunity for students. We were in a meeting the other day with one of our principals talking about how I had to turn non-believers into believers. Like, this is a fundamental shift for students and families in these schools and in these communities. We could not be more grateful, proud, and sort of humbled by the work that these campus leaders and their teachers and staff did this year.
Board President, can I interject for a second?
Yes, Dr. Sorensen.
And my favorite comment, I think, as we reviewed this with principals, as we talk about turning non-believers into believers, I would be remiss if I didn't pause and say that all of these kids will be Huskies.
Yeah.
Every single one of these children will go to Juarez Lincoln. And so as we think about the narrative that has existed in our district about Juarez Lincoln and what kids in the mile lines are capable of, this is exactly what they're capable of. And so I just want to be really clear that when I talk about students in their fullest potential, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And so we've got some great Huskies on the way to Juarez Lincoln in the next couple of years.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. You may proceed, Dr. Little.
Thank you. And just to wrap us up here, I want to end with 2 slides. The first one showing our progress with our North Star goal. Remember, this year we had 47% of our students in A and B rated campuses. Our North Star is to get to 90% or better by 2029. These improvements alone change that by 24 percentage points. So we will enter next school year at least with students, more than 70% of them at A and B rated campuses. And that doesn't count the ones that are now in C rated campuses because they got better. You may remember I laid out a number of scenarios about a month and a half ago for where we could land. This is the next to highest best option that we had as a district. And then lastly, the exciting slide is where we're going to be based on these projections as a district. And that is a B rated district right now looking like an 83.
Tonight was full of good news, right? God almighty. Where do you go from here?
It certainly is. So, like, board, first appreciation certainly goes to you for providing the governance, the support, and the resources to make this possible. What we do day in and day out does not happen without a supportive board. So thank you for that. Community, we're excited to get final data over the next couple of months to have much more public celebrations with campuses as we return next school year, and really to appreciate the hard work that students, staff, educators, and principals did. So with our partners in the room, thank you for you and what your members did to contribute to this. And we're excited to build on it and make it even better next year.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions or any comments for Dr. Little at this time?
I just
Mr.
want to
Gomez?
say very, 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 very congratulations on the very preliminary results. So it's great. Thank you so much. And of course, it comes from all the hard work that the teachers have done. And I know it's been a lot of work, and it's been a lot of sacrifice that teachers have done with the new curriculum. But now that we're keeping everything the same going forward, I think it's just going to be, let's get better. Let's keep going, right? So thank you.
It's really great work, Dr. Sorensen. Congratulations.
Thank you,
To
sir.
your team.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'd like to say thank you. The tremendous amount of change that we had this year, and everyone pushed through. And through that work, possibly the achievement of a B is amazing. And to see the transformation from our ACE campuses, wow. So if we can just continue with this throughout next year, we are streamlining our campuses with standardization, with the demonstration of learning and the instructional blocks. I'm very thankful for all the work everyone's done this year. Thank you.
Ms. Peña, anything?
I mean, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that, we were in a space and place last year that we had never been, right? And that was in a C rating, and everybody felt it throughout the community. But we were steadfast in knowing that there was a plan in place, thanks to everybody here. But special thanks to all the hard work, right? This is coming from the teachers, the staff, admin all across the board. There's been a lot of time and effort in adjusting to these changes, right? And the differences that we were doing, how we were doing things before to now. So just want to appreciate all the hard work that's gone into it, and knowing this is proof, right? This is proof in the pudding that we can improve, and I look forward to the continued improvement.
Anyone else? Dr. Hernandez, you have anything you'd like to say?
Oh, again. Well, it's awesome to see the great numbers, the great improvement we're seeing. And this is pretty much a reflection of what we're seeing in fine arts, what we're seeing in athletics. And it is a lot of work, but we see how hard work promotes and gives us good results. We're seeing our students break records, our students have us in positions where we haven't been in 100 years. We have a lot of firsts in our histories, and I'm just excited for the future to know that we're improving and we're going to keep getting better.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Dr. Little, though I'm humbled by the acknowledgement to the board that we had, something to do with it, I appreciate that. But I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge, the hard work that you and your team, Merced, SB, everyone that's here in front of us, staff, our support staff, of course, Dr. Sorensen under her leadership, we're very grateful to you. This was something for many of us that are sitting here. Everything that you share with us is a learning experience. We appreciate the fact that we do board preps. It's a learning experience, and we trust you. We trust you, and we appreciate the comment where you said, thank you for entrusting in us, because we do. We trust you. We're not the experts. You're the experts. But your explanation of things that we are experiencing as a district, and I mean by curriculum or changes in routes, that's a learning experience for us. And so we trust you, and we trust Dr. Sorensen. So we're very grateful to you. It's hard for me, and I'm sure for the board, to express how thankful we are to you. But along with the grades that we see improvements, I also see a huge improvement in morale in the community, within staff, within your colleagues, and we're very grateful for that. I mean, you guys live on this campus, you eat and breathe every day, and I know you guys work late, many of you do, and many of those that work late are not here with us, they go unrecognized, but we're very grateful to you. And so, Marcy, Dr. Sorensen, I wanted to share that with you. Like I said, we have discussions when we're able to, but we don't know what you experience. And I know the trips that you've made into the classrooms and the things that we're learning for the first time. When we were given this task, we had to trust you, and we knew that you all were going to be accountable, but we're just so grateful to you. So thank you for acknowledging the board, but all the accolades and all the praise and all the hard work and all the decision-making and all of this is because of your team, the folks that work here, those that have changed, and of course, under the leadership of Dr. Sorensen, we're very grateful to all of you. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Board President, may I make one more
Yes, of
comment?
course, Dr. Sorensen.
So I, first of all, just want to acknowledge that we set out on this journey with some wounds from the end of last year. We were like, that's not happening again. And we set what everyone talked about as a wildly important goal, right? What was our WIG? And we're actually going to be wigging out tomorrow with our principals. But we set out on this journey, and we were serious and we were steadfast, because we knew that that wasn't, last year's scores weren't really representative of what our children can do and weren't really representative of the hard work that was taking place on campuses. And so we got ourselves together and really looked in the mirror hard and said, what do we need to do differently in order to support our educators and our principals and to make sure that our students shine? And so we're going to continue to do that work. And so it is a team effort. And when I say team, I always say big T, all the way from like our teachers to our principals to our clerical support to central office staff to bus drivers, custodians, everybody, because, without kids getting fed, they don't do math. But your deference around it's not a board, it actually is. I've been in spaces and places before where a board can be really, I'll call it not high functioning. And so that distracts from a superintendent being able to be on spot checks and be in the classroom and be on campuses and focus on instruction and focus on the things that are important. And so I appreciate the humility, and I don't want to underscore the importance of the board being supportive and being a board and allowing us to do the instructional work and trusting us to do the operational work, asking us really tough questions, holding us holistically accountable, but still really not being not high functioning, so that we as a team were distracted with the board. So I don't want to really dismiss how important a high functioning, focused board that is focused on student outcomes is important to these outcomes. And so thank you, Board President, for just acknowledging everybody, but you are a part of that everybody. Thank you for giving us the time and the space to focus on what's important.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank
Can
you,
I
Dr.
add something before
Yes,
the
Ms.
next
Vega.
item? I know I'm still one of the newest board members, but I just want to say, Dr. Little, that every board prep that we have before, as we prepare for board meetings like today, since the start, I was just amazed at how everything is very carefully crafted and very intentional to get to the root cause of why we do what we do. So it's just very, I'm grateful to be here and experience that the numbers are finally showing that hard work that everyone is inputting into this. And it's not an easy thing. It's changing foundational knowledge for teachers, for principals, all La Jolla staff, along with our students. So it's a big shift. So obviously there was going to be a dip as we go up, but I'm so happy to be here tonight and see finally numbers inclining into into what our goal is. So just thank you.
Well said, Ms. Vega. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Dr. Little, anything else before you leave?
No, sir. Just again, incredible gratitude to everyone for making this possible, and have a good summer, and let's get ready to make it better next year.
All right. I don't know if Brenda's smile can get any bigger, but congratulations again to everyone. Next item on the agenda will be by our very own Celso Gomez. This is the Lone Star Governance Time Use Tracker Report, May 27th through June 3rd. Mr. Celso?
Yes, we pride ourselves on using Lone Star Governance, which is our LSG, is a continuous improvement model for governing teams, board and superintendents, who choose to focus intensely and unapologetically on only one primary objective, which is improving student outcomes. If we look at our time use tracker, May 27th meeting, we spent 168 total minutes on student recognition. So it was a meeting for student recognition, so we did spend 168 minutes on that. We had 6 board managers present with 1 absent. So at this case, these minutes were only used for student recognitions. If we continue to our meeting for 6/3/2026. We had 7 minutes for vision and goals for student outcome minutes, with 24 of those also on progress and accountability, a total of 31 minutes. We had 5 board managers available there at the meeting, with 2 absent, giving us a 71.43% in attendance. We had 7 consent agendas that we approved for 100%. We did meet, discuss GPMs 7, and we were on target with 7, which puts us at 100% there. So we see the middle section at 37 minutes. We spent 89.19 minutes, 89.19% on student outcomes and adult behavior minutes, which of that 83.78% was only entirely for student outcome minutes, which puts us at above our 50% goal. Any questions?
Members, any questions for Mr. Gomez? Seeing that we have none, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Next item on the agenda is from our conservator, Dr. Ibarra, our TA conservators report. Dr. Ibarra?
Yes, good evening, Board President, Board members, Superintendent Soros, and community members. It's a pleasure to be back this evening to share my monthly TA conservator report, which measures the progress that the district is making and meeting the progress goals for the state action plan. Let me see if I can get to the right slide. Okay, so I'll go ahead and start with goal number 1. Goal number 1 is by May 2029, La Joya ISD Board of Managers and/or board members will score a needs focus on the LSG integrity instrument in all areas of the instrument. And so what I'd like to share this evening is the key progress indicators that I use to evaluate the progress of the board. And so there's 2 that I would like to discuss this evening. One of them is board behavior, that's the progress measure 1.2. The board demonstrated professional and ethical standards during May board meetings. And this, in fact, is the case at all board meetings. The board, you exhibit a very professional, respectful, and ethical standards during your meetings. So obviously you're on track to meet this particular goal. And also the second one is exactly what Cecil just reviewed, and that is the time use tracker, the time that the board spends on student outcomes at every meeting. And again, as he mentioned, the target is to be at 50% or higher. And based on the LSG trackers from last month, the time use trackers, from the April 22nd meeting and the May 6th meeting, the board spent 86% and 87% respectively on student outcomes, goals, and decisions. So that's very good. So this goal is on track. Moving on to exit criteria goal 2, by May 2029, La Joya ISD will conduct a comprehensive financial audit of district financial controls and address all findings. Again, the district is on track with clear evidence that the district has made meaningful progress in establishing financial controls and documenting those procedures. So for the month of May, there were some key activities that were completed, and those again are the activities that I review. And those activities are the following. Student-focused budgeting and strategic resource allocation was completed with district leadership, reporting that academics priorities are maintained throughout the budget development process and aligned with board priorities. Another activity that was completed in May, federal fund compliance processes were strengthened through additional drawdown and post-drawdown procedures and incorporated into the accounting manual. Investment management procedures were formalized and documented within the accounting manual. And the development of framework for employee evaluations based on new policies and controls was completed. So again, all of these activities support that the financial controls are in place, and again, lots of documentation that's being kept. Here on this slide, you can see the comparison from month to month of the activities that are being completed from month to month. So for the month of May, out of 28 activities, 9 activities have been completed, 6 are on track, 11 have been adjusted or delayed, and 2 have not yet started. But remember, this goal is until May of 2029, so the district is in a very good place for goal 2. If we move on to exit criteria goal 3, by May 2029, La Joya ISD will ensure all campuses in the district are rated an overall A through C in the accountability system. We just heard the report, the wonderful news from Dr. Little, and I too want to congratulate the district, the board, Dr. Sorensen, everybody really for the amazing work and the growth and all the accomplishments, academic accomplishments. Very, very happy for you. And it's obvious that you're on track to meet this goal. But I do want to bring your attention to some activities, noteworthy activities that we completed in May. As Dr. Little explained, it is not easy work. There's many, many initiatives, a lot of great work that is happening throughout the district to ensure that the district continues to move forward and continue to close those gaps. And some of those notable activities for the month of May were the following: the release of the Portrait of a Highly Effective Principal, completion and launch of the district-wide stakeholder survey and the quarterly PEI principal progress reports, the staff participation in the IEP bootcamp on writing IEPs and monitoring progress, expansion of special education professional learning through the IEP bootcamp and summer training calendar, high-quality instructional materials implementation observations using the spot check rubric that has been shared with the board, and using data to inform those future decisions, and then updating the board and the community on audit implementation and the status of transformation in special education. So those were some activities that were completed in May. So again, it's evidence that the district continues to remain on track. Here you can see the month-to-month comparison. There are 80 activities in this goal, and to date, 43 have been completed, so that's more than 50%. 7 are on track, 4 have been adjusted, and 26 have not yet been started. So overall, again, the board continues to meet all extra criteria with clear evidence at goal 1, that the board, there's board alignment to student outcomes and governance priorities, and clear evidence in goal 2 and 3 that there is strong foundational systems that have been established, high alignment across initiatives, and clear evidence of long-term sustainability. And again, you have a board, you have access to the report there for your review. And this is the report that was actually submitted to the agency for the month of May. And that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Board members, do we have any questions for Dr. Ibarra?
No.
Dr. Ibarra, it's no secret that you are conservator to the school districts. Do you go over the same thing with them at their board meetings?
No, every district is different. At this particular district, I support the board and the superintendent strictly on governance best practices, and of course, monitoring the implementation plan, the plan that I'm just reviewing. With the other 2 districts, I support with academics because one of them is a low-performing school district, so it's strictly on the academic side with the implementation of curriculum, best practices academically wise, and then with the 3rd district, it's in the area of data integrity because they did have some issues with the reporting of accurate data to the state. So it's different at every district.
Thank you for clarification.
Sure.
But do you, and building off that, do you do a report at their meetings as well?
Yes.
Like with their findings and anything that you have that you're going to submit to TEA? Do you do
Yes,
that
sir.
as well? Okay.
Yeah, that is one of the requirements that I do a monthly report to the board on my findings. In some cases, I make recommendations to the board, to the superintendent. And of course, I do a monthly report to the Texas Education Agency on every one of the districts that I support.
Great. Thank you, Ibarra. Thank you very much. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda item. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next item on the agenda is agenda item 11. At this time, it is 7:44 p.m. We are going into closed session under section Texas Government Code sections 551.001, 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.129, and 551.0821 concerning any and all purposes permitted by the act, including but not limited to the sections and purposes listed below. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in closed session. Okay, we are now back from closed session. It is 9:25 PM. Before we proceed, for the record, Dr. Hernandez left the meeting, and she left it at 7:52 PM. So she's not going to be joining us for this portion of the meeting. Item number 13 is action and discussion approval of the 2026-2027 optional flexible school day program, OFSDP. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.1.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 13.2, approval of the comprehensive 1.1 early literacy intervention tutoring CSP number 2026-91. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.2.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 13.3, amend and adopt the 2026-2027 school calendar for the ACE campuses. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve 13.3.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 13.4, approval of the supplemental Spanish reading program for emergent bilingual student support through CTPA Plano ISD RFP 2023-035. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Approval of Dell laptops for high school migrant students through quotation number 2026-815. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.5.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 13.6, approval of Dell Chromebooks for migrant students in grades 2nd through 8th through quotation 2026-815. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next agenda item 13.7, approval of iPads for pre-kindergarten, first grade migrant students through Choice Partners. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 13.8, approval of instructional resources, curriculum grades 3rd through 12th grade, purchasing cooperatives. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.8.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 13.9, approval of HQIM Blue Bonnet Learning English and Spanish Language Arts Curriculum, K-5 through state adopted materials. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.9.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All in favor signify by saying, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Aye.
All opposed? I'm sorry.
No,
Sorry,
no opposed.
sorry, I'm hearing things. Still thinking of the door. Anyway. Item 13.10, approval of Savas adopted social studies instructional materials through educational materials and equipment RFP. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 13.11, approval of ratification for, and I want to, is it Savas? Okay, Savas Science refill kits for the 2026-2027 school year. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item number 13.11.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 13.12, approval of purchase of Great Minds math books through educational materials and equipment RFP. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.12.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 13.13, approval of Great Minds Lift Grant Implementation Services, approved provider. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 13.14, approval of purchase of Mathia and digital course student licenses for secondary math instruction through educational materials and equipment RFP. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve 13.14.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 13.15, approval of extension for staffing contracts for Special Education Department CSP number 2026-27. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 13.16, approval of the Special Education Consulting Services, CSP 2026-88. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.16.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. That was easy. Item 13.17, approval of special education Medicaid reimbursement, filing CSP-2026-92. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.17.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. 13.18, approval of licenses through Presence Learning Kanga Comprehensive Platform, CSP number 2026-27. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve 13.18.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Item 13.19, approval of budget amendments for the general funds, Funds 152 through 199, adopted 2026-2027 budget. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.19.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.
Thank you for that one,
You're
all
very-
of you, very, very much. SB, do you give it a thumbs up, sir?
It's approved.
Wake up, Essie. Next item on the agenda, 13.20, approval of allocation of 2027 assessments for the La Jolla Independent School District. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item number 13.20.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Item 13.21, approval of iPads for the district refresh through purchases cooperative. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.21.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Item 13.22, approval of Skyward annual license fee and software support. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve 13.22.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item is 13.23, approval of Region 1 Education Service Center Personal Service Cooperative, substitute teacher placement and employee absence management, sub-hub. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next one is 13.24, approval of the 2026-2027 La Jolla ISD Comprehensive Plan. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.24.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Item 13.25, consider and take possible action to non-renewal term contracts. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 13.25.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, next item on the agenda is our calendar. 14.1, June 19th, Juneteenth would be Juneteenth Day, June 29th through July 10th, 2026. Central Administration will be closed for summer break. July 15th, District Safety and Security Committee meeting. July 29th, regular board meeting. Before we adjourn, Dr. Sorensen, do you have anything you'd like to say? We had an exciting evening.
I did. Always just, I say this in principals meetings all the time. You start with gratitude and you end with gratitude. And so it's been a year. It's been a year of challenge. It's been a year of triumph and a year of success. And I couldn't do it without an incredible team of people sitting right across from me and sitting to the side of me over there, supporting each and every way. But also to the big T, the team out there that does all the work every single day, our teachers, our counselors, our librarians, our nurses, our police officers, custodians, everybody. It takes a team to do this work. And so thank you, board. Thank you, Anna Marie, for taking on Spud with me. I am so grateful. But we will just continue to be at it. While there are, wins right here, and, I have people around me who always say, Dr. Sorensen, stop and sit in the win for a second. Everyone around me knows that we don't stop until every single child is at meets or exceeds, until we have 100% of our kids college and career ready. And so educational excellence is the right of every student. And so we'll be right back at it on July 13th, ready to just keep improving. Thank you, board, again, for your support. I cannot tell you how much it means to me personally and professionally.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Please convey to staff how grateful we are for everything they do for us. It started off really interesting today when we acknowledged the young men and women who won state, and seeing the parents come up here and join them in the pictures. And the evening got better, when we heard from Merjette's report that we were going to be, she had worked hard with her staff, to make sure that we were able to give raises, not just to a few, but to everyone here that's employed with LJISD. So we're very grateful to that, and very grateful to you. And then, of course, to hear and all the hard work that you and your team and Dr. Little put forth, and hearing the good news about our grades. I mean, it's hard to top what we experienced tonight. I mean, you should have seen us in the back. But I do want to convey to you, Dr. Little, and to your team and everyone that's listening, that I do see energy out there. I mean, when we leave this district and when I'm in another city, all yesterday I kept hearing was, and somehow a word got out about the topic of raises and how we were compared to other districts, and that we had a balanced budget. I mean, everybody talked about it, and they couldn't believe that we had money in reserves. You have a fund balance on top of that, when many schools right now are going through hardships, but it's because of the leadership of Dr. Sorensen and many of you that are in this room, and of course, working so closely with the parents in this community, made it possible. And I want to thank the parents, and I want to thank the community for allowing us to, hear them, and allowing us to partake in stakeholder meetings across the district. It's been a team effort. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank you all. This is certainly going to be a memorable evening for me. And so to our new employee, wow, what a first day. I mean, what a first day, but it gets better, I promise you. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us tonight. We're very grateful to you, Dr. Sorensen, and to my board. It's certainly a pleasure to work with all of you. So I wanted to take this opportunity to tell you that. So with that said, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn this meeting at 9:38 p.m.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. We are adjourned.